Good morning, everyone. Got my measurements. Thumbs are up. There you go. Yeah, today we get to continue. We're going to make this gauntlet. 2 of them. Not at once, though. I think we'll do one at a time. I've made that mistake before, and it just takes longer, so I'm not going to do that this time. Yeah, obviously, as I've shown before, we've got a CQB armour to finish. 2 years in the making. 2 years in the making. This guy is going to have a whole suit to go with him. And the customer, Tommy, is absolutely like a fantastic guy. And he's got me the measurements. I've printed everything out, so I'm just going to start going. Feel free to jump in, ask questions, whatever you want to do. I'm going to be doing this every day until it's done. So we're just gonna crack on. First of all, usually what I would do in something like this is start at the bottom and do like all of that around and everything, but I'm going to make this whole solid piece first, and then the shape of that is going to inform the entire rest of the build. It's gonna just be that. Then we'll start to make this and that and all the bits that go around it, and adding it all on until we've got a complete one, and then we'll do it all again for the second one. So that's the plan. See how it goes. Just gonna see, this is the part where I've been talking to people about expanding, and this part that I'm doing right here, if I could hire someone on to do this for me, it could probably reduce my workload down by about a week and a half. Because then all the parts could be out and ready, and then I was thinking, like, you could stick them in Ziploc bags and label them. In this case, the armor's for Tommy, so this would be like forearm CQB Tommy, or Reach, Halo Reach, because it's a Halo Reach. What do you face it? Armor. And like, yeah, I would have someone do this for me, and then I would just get straight on and get it on the foam and get the templates together, get it glued together, and it would be super quick. Because as you're gonna say, like, to do this properly takes a decent amount of time, and if I don't have to do it and someone else does it, I could already be making this while whoever I end up hiring is cutting out all the pieces for the thighs, for example, because I've got the measurements for the thighs as well of him. So yeah, it would be, it's an awesome idea, and I can't take credit for it. I don't know why I didn't think about it. I've always thought of this as like a solo endeavour, and like, oh no, I definitely couldn't, no one else can do it. It's took me about 5 years to get this to this sort of level that I'm at, and not that no one else can do it in general. Anyone can do this, but it has taken me 5 years to build my experience, and like all the foam disasters I've had in the past have informed everything I'm doing, and it definitely has been valuable experience, and having someone come in completely fresh, it would be, it would be a bloody, it would be a long, long training scenario, for lack of a better term. But cutting stuff out, like literally anyone can do this. And all I require is that it's like as bang on as you can get it. You just go along the lines as close as you can. And I mean, right now, I use this craft knife to cut things out because I'm terrible with scissors. But if someone's good with scissors, do what you want. That's the other great thing I love about this work and like the community at large is there's no one right way to do any of it, and it's just I love that because it's just so malleable. The entire process can be done any way you want, really. And the purpose of this channel is for obviously the customers to watch me like make their suit, but also I've got like hot tips every now and again, stuff that I can definitely like give advice on, and I welcome any and all questions about anything really. So if anybody like is just sort of drifting in and out and they want to know what I'm doing, I'm absolutely happy to talk about it and give away all my trade secrets. Because that's the other beautiful thing about this thing. It's not this might be my sort of job and quote unquote business, but there's no bogarting of information. This like I say, anyone can do it, and people pay me to do it for them because not everybody has the time to sit for 5 years and figure out how to do this. And I did. I was lucky enough that I had a situation where I was able to sort of dick about doing this for years, and I got to a point where I got it. I got stuff done, and it was cool. Right. I'm going to see. I've got a couple of bits of foam from yesterday. It's not going to work. They can be kept for smaller pieces, but this is all going to go in one. Right, I've got this here to stick together. I'm going to just line it up because it goes quite nicely together like that. Whoop. About there. I'm going to stick it together and then I'm going to cut out the middle. Because that's what needs to happen. And I'm only doing it that way because as I was lining it up, realised, oh yeah, I have to cut out the bottom. The middle. Right, here we go. Now, I don't know whether to leave in... I think I will. There's obviously a sort of bridge just here where you can see, like, let me lift it up. There's like a little notch just under my thumb there. That is where there's like a little bridge going across. So I think what I'll do is just get the ruler out and draw lines and then cut those lines. Just for accuracy's sake. Come on, where are you? There you are. it's little things like that that I would have to, if I was going to hire someone to do that, I would definitely have to supervise. Because you don't always need everything, that's the thing. And it may take me just as much time to sort out what someone has cut out, and then I'd have to sort of, mess around sticking stuff together and all that stuff, which is, no, it'd still be less time than doing the whole lot myself, I think. So, yeah, it is a good idea, and again, I can't take credit for it, but we no, I can't see because of the shadow. I may have to turn my other light on just to eliminate that. Oh, there we go. Right. Okay, here we are. We have it. There are more guides to keep my hand straight because I tend to wander off when I'm doing stuff like this. My stuff's never, my hand's never straight. It's always going off to the left or right or wherever when I'm trying to do a straight line. If I'm not following something, it's just it's terrible. Right, which way around are we? We're this way, and pretty much bang on there. There's a bit of a gap, but I think we're okay. We'll just line up the bottom there as best we can. I'm going to do a series of small pieces just to get everything lined up. I know I'm going real quiet right now. I tend to do that when I'm concentrating. There we go. That should be alright as well, and it leaves us a bit of flexibility here. And then once that's done, I'm going to flip it over to do the other side. So, there we go. Right. We better cut a bit of foam off the roll. Exciting times. I'm so happy I've got foam again. I'm so happy I've got foam. Right, okay, let's do the thing. And this is a whole bunch more than I need, but, who cares? Here we are, right, let's get this. Oh, I forgot to pick up all my foam, all my glue off the floor. It's all still down there. Yesterday I knocked all my stuff off the table, and it's all still down there. I'm going to have to get it. Yeah, I'm going to have to get it right now. The question, of course, is, do I put the Be-Rite back on as I do this, or do I just do it? I say I just do it, so I will. Here goes. Oh, blades and everything. There's a lot down here, I'm sorry, I won't be long. If you can see my butt crack, I apologise. Nearly done. Okay. As you can see, I have a lot of glue sticks and they were all all over the floor. Right, okay. Oh, my back is not what it used to be. I just realised I might not have locked the front door, so I'm actually going to have to be right back. I won't be a sec. Right, there we go. Let's actually get on with this, shall we? It's the reason we're all here. Right. Get you out the way. Now, I'm going to start at the very edge so we can hopefully limit the amount of waste that we're going to end up with. I think if we go right there and then we flip it and do the other side, I think we should be alright. I think that should do the trick. We'll get all the main parts marked down. Oop. There we go. Nearly there. Right. Let's do the bottom here. Oop. just make a little mark there to represent where we're going to line up. There we go. Just gotta make sure this is as accurate as we can make it. I think. Are we? Yeah, I think we're alright. I think that's about right. I'll make as many marks as I can without moving. And then trying to hold it down in one place is difficult. Now, there we go. Right. Okay. So there we are. There's this part of the gauntlet is done, is on. Let's have a look. It's always good to have a quick look back and make sure of everything. I'll put these, not that. Where is it? It's up here. There it is. If you put the edges on like that, you get dark blue lines for when something folds like inward, and light marks when something folds outwards. It's not really giving us extra detail or insight on this particular foam template, but for some of them it's actually really useful. Right. Okie dokie. Now, yeah, looking at everything, I'm pretty sure I know how to go forward with it. Like, there's going to be I've got that wrong somehow. How has that ended up all wonky like that? What's the crack? There we go. I'm just darkening the lines so that that lines up from yeah. Right. So it looks to me like we're going to do just vertical cuts for most of it. In fact, I think the only thing we're going to do now is I want to add a couple of bits that I've missed off, and it'll save me cutting out later. Is just here, so I'm going to draw a line across there so we can make that and cut it out. And I've cut this bit out, but I don't think we need it. I think we'll just draw a line across and cut it out and glue it separate. So yeah, that's my plan for right now. Okay. Interesting, isn't it? So yeah, there you go. I'm sure you can just about make that out. Actually, I'll bring you down a bit. Let's bring you down, because I remember I pulled this up, didn't I? So you could see the armour, but right now we don't have to worry about that. We're doing this, aren't we? So you might as well be able to see what I'm doing. And we're going to do the same on the bottom here. There we go. And all we do is cut those out and we re-glue them below the line. Just keep that there for now. Yeah, okay. Start at the top. Again, I think we're on vertical lines. The way that things are attaching, I don't think we need to worry too much. I'm going to give it a little bit of an inward angle, but not a lot at all, because it's going to attach to something above it, but that thing it's attaching to is also sort of vertical to it, so it should be fine. Right, yes, these are all vertical as well. I'm going to do where these two bits meet here, these two parts, they're going to need to sort of meet on a sort of an angle, but I'm going to do a vertical line on one side, like so, and then we're going to do the angle on this side, and I'm going to do the same. I'm going to do the same on the other side, and then again, I said this yesterday, but if there's not enough of an angle, we can cut more away. But if you do too much of an angle, it just makes it more awkward. So there you go. I'm also trying to go right up to the edges and not make too many splits in the foam, because that also means that I can use the rest of it, go right up to the edges without having to worry about tiny little cuts like that I've made by accident just past the line. Don't know if you can make that out. But if I did that in this direction down here, then it means that whatever's over here has to move or be further down the foam. You get more waste. It's a little thing, but it definitely, it all adds up, and you end up with, you know, not getting your whole money's worth from a sheet of foam, unfortunately. So same again, I'm going to do a vertical on that bit and an angle down here, and then we're just back to verticals again for this. Yep, and this last one. That should be it, unless I've missed one. I've missed the entire front of it is down here, and I've missed it, so that was good, wasn't it? There we go. Right. Come on, you. It may be time to change my blade. I haven't changed it in 2 years, so that's not true. I definitely changed it since then, but here we are. It's already on the front here. There we go. Now, much like yesterday, where we were using the template to inform where things are going to be cut underneath, we're going to do that right now. So I'm going to make a couple of marks right where some edges are, which is right here. I think that's it. I think we're all right for that now, because I've got them on this side as well. It was just there. So if you then carry that mark as straight as you can to the bottom, so you end up with that, you can then make a little mark along there, and then you've got an area. So in this particular case, I am going to start from this side and work my way to the marks that I've made over here. And I always put like a thumb on where I'm aiming, because then sort of subconsciously your brain follows where your other hand is and you head straight towards it. Sounds silly, but it's true for me. It goes right where I want it to, And as I said before, if I don't have a line to follow, my hand tends to wander. So yeah, you do like a half cut, so you don't cut all the way down, and then you just split it yourself, like just bend it back. And we're going to do the same on this side. My thumb where it needs to be. And obviously move your thumb out of the way. We don't want any slices for anything but form. Right, so there's that. And now I'm going to look at getting the front bit done. It's the back actually, this. Yeah, it's up here. So yeah, I'm going to just sort of guess where it is for now, because there we go. And we'll do the same, we'll give it a bit of a split. And I'm going to take a thin slice, make an angle cut along the, like next to the line you've just made. And just slice a few millimeters worth of foam out of it. And then I'm not sure I've gone far enough in, so I'm very carefully just going to run along it. Going to be so careful not to split the front, because when you get a split like that, it's such a dick, such an annoying thing to have to like fix. Just check I haven't. And we've got like a bit of an angle going, as you can see, but you can also see it's not quite enough to meet that when that goes down as well. So we're going to do exactly the same again on the other side of the line we cut, and take some out of this side as well. So you just go at an angle all the way along and pull it out, and then we've got much more of an angle there. Look, that's definitely what we need. I'm going to do the same for this front bit as well. Oh, it hasn't, not quite as happy as the other one. And we'll say as that. Nope, not quite, not quite. But it only needs a tiny bit, so I'm just going to take a slither off this side. There we go. Right. We need to take a tiny bit more out of it, which again, like I say, was better that we needed to take more out than we took too much. So I'm just taking a bit extra off the front part there, so that when we do this, it lines up nicely, and we have there we go. That's the shape we're after, and I think we'll prep the other side as well in the same way. Just take a couple of thin slices off each side. I'm just going to do it straight away, and we'll just pull both out. There we go. Not quite as It's not quite as happy as the other one. The other side is to move, and that's sometimes dangerous because it can overstretch the front of the foam and you can split it. But we're okay, and actually the angle's closer to what we needed on that side anyway, so that's gone down exactly how we want. It's come together. Excellent. Right. We shall get these middle bits cut out first. Now, there's supposed to be a circle here, and I'm wondering in my head whether I do it with the rotary tool or I have got like a circular cutting thing that I put on a drill and just straight and then take it out. I think it'll be better with the rotary tool though, because it's a little bit neater and it looks cool as well. Yeah, so I think that's what I'll do, is I'll do the rotary tool thing. I'm at a crossroads here because it would be easier to just glue this bit now, but then it would be real hard to cut all this out because I wouldn't be on a flat surface. I'd have to hover. Right, so yeah, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to cut out all these parts and then we're going to glue them back in under. And then we've also got to do like a little tricky thing with the bridge here. There's like a little bridge where we need it to just set just a little bit below the outer frame, but not as low as these parts that we're cutting out, these rectangles, square-ish thingies. So yeah, I've got a little cheeky tip to share on that front, and I will once I've done it. So I'm just going to put these in sort of order as to you know, how I've cut them out. There we go. Now, the hardest thing to do is like a circle or a nice crescent or something like that, and that's exactly what this is here, so it's going to be a nightmare, and I'm going to go completely silent while I do it. I know I am, so apologies, but it's hard, alright? I have to concentrate. Right. The way I tend to do it is I'll be a lot more vertical with the knife, and then I tend to try and jam it into the floor and do a combination of turning the actual foam piece as well as just making a little bit of a saw motion to get the foam cutting. Right. Close enough. It's a little bit less neat than I would have liked it, but it's actually, no, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. Right, okay. So that's that. Right there. That's ready. Now, what we need to do is we need to make this go lower. And if we just take a little tiny slice out of the bottom, much like we did with all the rest of it, not too much this time because it needs a bit more foam there because it's gonna be like load bearing a little bit more than the other would be. And then if we take a tiny angle cut out of the inside of both, so you end up with need a little bit more out of that one, just so it's symmetrical, or as symmetrical as the human eye can make it. So you end up with something like that. Yeah. Then what you want to do, right where the angle cut ends, is do just a vertical slice. Just a little one. You don't want to go all the way through, anywhere near all the way through. So you end up with that. You can see there's sort of like little pointies. You leave little pointies. And then what we do is we glue that part to there. I'll show you now. Because let's just get it on. Just a bit of glue. I mean, it needs to be like a healthy dose, but not too much. We don't want it to bubble over too much. And then just fold it over. And that's why we didn't want too much. Look, it's gone straight across the bit we don't want to stick. Right, so yeah, we're going to try and get that flat against there. I always put my finger on it, but carefully don't burn yourself. So we get that bit glued as close as we can. Right. So now you're just left with the single. And, get that off. Right. So there is the before. You end up with, both bits. And then after, you end up with just that. So essentially, we're just sticking this part to the rest of it. Let's get that done again. Try and use a little bit less glue this time. And once again, just tip it over. So, how are you? How's the weather where you are? For me, it's confusing. It wants to be warm, but it's Britain. So it's warm and then you pay for it with rain and cold. Okay, it's not quite as well stuck as the other side. I should have used more glue. But, you see what I've got? We're stuck, and then on the outside, you end up with just a little bit of a bow in it. And then once we stick the rest in, it's going to be like solid how we want it, basically, just below, like a little bit of a ridge. You see, so it goes down a little bit, you can sort of see the shape it makes there. But it's a bit flimsy at the moment because we haven't glued these parts back in, so it's not going to be as obvious as it should be until we do that. So right, so there we go. Right, that's in. That's what we're going to do. Let's get that in now. I'm just putting like a little layer just to get us stuck in place. And then I'm going to use this one to be like the basis of how shallow we're going to make these parts on both gauntlets. A quick scan on the bottom just to make sure it's about level. I think that looks good. So we've got those surfaces stuck, and they've already gone fairly solid because it's quite cold, so the things are done. Doing quickly, and just to keep it in place, I'm going to put like a little layer of glue around the edges just to make absolutely sure that that's exactly stuck. Whatever. So it's not quite as fancy and symmetrical as I wanted it to be, but it's still the same. It is the effect that we're after, and when it photographs, light will catch it, and it'll look nice. Now we want to do about the same depth for the bottom part here as well. So about a quarter of the way down. Oh, we've found some glue. We can't do that. I was going to be lazy there and just use the glue that's stuck on it, but we're going to have to put some on the sides as well, so I'll do that now. Right. Start at the top, push our way down. There we go. I'm going to try and match the depth from the other part as well. There we go. So that's that. Sorted. It looks very flat. Almost two-dimensional at the moment, but we'll get there. Now, this cool thing that you do with a rotary tool, you just simply, you get your sandpaper bit on it, and then you leave it off a little bit so the sheath is just off a little bit, and then you can see in the centre, usually with these extensions and even on the tool itself, you get like a little screw for a bit more of a clear view of it there. There's a bare one. So you get like a little screw in the middle, and then that also cuts into the foam and gives it a real cool detail. So that's what we're going to do. See, so far we've got a nice little circle there now, but I want to go all the way down so we get that detail from the little crosshead screw as well. As I've said before, my rotary tool's not the most powerful, so it does slow down the harder you push. He's not happy at all. It's actually not coming out quite as well as I was hoping. Oh no. Right. I think my mistake is that the little sheath is a little bit too far down. There, that's a bit better. I've made it shallower. Right. I think that's as good as we can make it for now. Are we? Oh, no. Has my camera stopped working? 2 seconds. Oh no, what's happened? There we go. Is that? Yes, there we are. Right, okay. It just had a hiccup. Right. So there we are. We've got that now. And you can see there's like it's a bit blurred. I apologise. The camera really likes to focus on these lines here. But yeah, you can see that's like a cool little thing now. This is all dried enough for us to pop this back in and have a look, see how it looks. Try and get it to about what we had depth-wise on the other side. And then there you go. So that's looking cool, isn't it? Or it is for me, anyway. Don't really care what you think. Okay, now let's do the same as we did last time. I'm going to put a nice thin layer around all the edges, quick as I can, because like I say, it's cold in here and hot glue dries very quickly in that environment. I'm putting it fairly close to the top because we're going to come in from the bottom and shove it in there like so. Try and get it more or less where we want it straight away. Let's try and get it as symmetrical as we can. It's looking all right. And then let's weld it into place. Because if this was metal, this would be a weld. And there we go. So now that's ready to be shaped, we can now start doing this stuff. Just want to make sure this is absolutely dry before we go any further with it. And what is that? What the hell's going on? I'm getting notifications for stuff I'm not following or anything. Jack the Healy Meister's just liked my photo on Instagram. If you've joined on either platform, welcome, mate. Thank you for liking my stuff. Yeah. Oh, I wish I could afford to go to this guy for visors, because those visors are absolutely spectacular. Pretty sure he's a 3D printing master, this guy. You find him on Etsy and all sorts. What's it called? Brandfoil Studio. And he makes multiple visors. As you can see, he makes them one-way reflective. He does all kinds of different colours. And he just does boxes and boxes of stuff, and you can just order in it, and he ships it. The only downside is they're really expensive, and I don't begrudge that, because much like that meme song from a few years ago said, it costs that much because it takes him fucking hours. And that I can relate. I can definitely relate. Yeah, and he doesn't have superpowers. I love that song because it definitely reflects. I can relate. I do need to take a little bit out of this. I thought I didn't, but I do. Right, whoop. Get this out. I may need the rotary tool again just to smooth that off, because look at the state of that cut. That is absolutely disgraceful. I can't get any there. That right there is disgraceful. You can't expect any. Actually, no, that's sat quite well. When you get a bad cut like that, you can't make the outside seam match up and have a seamless seam. I know it doesn't look like it because there's pen there, and the two pen things are separate, but that's marrying up properly. And when you get a terrible cut like I've done here, it usually doesn't marry up, but that actually marries up better than the other side. Okay. Right, I'm gonna start by gluing down the front bit, because I think we want it about there. And just as I've done that, I've realised I've forgotten to cut that out. This happens a lot. So what I would normally do is, I wouldn't be that stupid, and I would cut out the part and glue it back in before I glue a bloody angle onto the piece. But because of the nature of glue and foam, you don't want to be pulling it apart again, because you can very easily rip the lovely outer texture of this stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to utilise the edge of my desk, like so, Even bring this over a little bit and just sort of cut it upside down if I can. Oh, bit of leftover glue there. So yeah. Oh dear. Right. I can't believe I forgot to do that. I mean, it's typical of me, really, but here we go. Right. All glued and nice. I'm estimating, but I'm pretty sure that's about right there. Symmetrical enough. And there we go. We're there. I can't believe I forgot that. I can. I've done it before. Several times. So, we're getting there. It's starting to take shape. And I think, firstly, I'm going to do the slightly easier side. I'm going to start with this edge. Put a tiny bit of glue on the inside, but just literally just to help it stay in place. I'm going to do what I call the wipe, where you get it, you wipe each side of it until it's right up to the edge of the foam, and then stick it. And then once that's down, it should stick right to the very, very edges, because you wipe the glue right up to the edge and it's gone flat on it. So you should have a nice flat surface area. And now I've just gone along the entire thing. I don't know if that caught on camera, but I've just gone along the entire line. But yeah, that I'm trying to hold it down as symmetrically as I can, but I think the best thing to do sometimes is just to put it down and hold it on the floor. on your desk. Hopefully you're not working on the floor. That'd be terrible for your knees. Okay, we're getting there. It's nice and... I'm not sure it's as big of an angle as it should be, really. But we'll be able to tell when when we do the other side here. And I think I'm going to have to cut away a little bit. I hate doing this because it's just like... No, I'm gonna carry on as we are. Carry on regardless. And yeah. Where am I going? There we are. Right. Same again, get a nice glob. And then I'm gonna wipe it. Stick it. There we go. Did any come out the front this time? Yeah, just a tiny bit, but that's alright. So, get that nice and solid. And once again, we'll try and let that inform the rest of the shape. And then I'm going to go right all the way along the line again. I've just about got enough left with the stick to do that. enough, I don't think. No, I didn't. Right. Stick another one in and we'll get a bit more in there. There we go. That's better. Now, just gotta try and get it to bend at the angle without pulling from the middle part that we've cut up. So like I say, that's the annoying thing that I wish I didn't have to make a choice on. A lot of time when you're gluing, you want it to glue right up to the surface, but in cases like this, it's best if the most solid seal is at the back here, the part you're looking at, rather than that side of it, because then it holds the shape solid. Like, yeah. Because this foam is very tough and it likes to pull back, like it wants to go back into a flat shape, basically. So you really got to make sure it fucking stays where you put it. But there we go. There you are. You're looking at, which way is it? It's this way. Gauntlet. So what we're going to do, though, is when we get it to a point of being attached to everything else, we're just going to make sure that it squeezes down just a little bit. It doesn't need to be massive, but you need to be able to get your wrist through there in sort of a flat manner, and then yeah, no, that should be fine. So I think we're alright. We've made a good start there. I'm going to put this to one side because we're going to need that later on, or maybe tomorrow when we do the second gauntlet. Next, let's see, where do we go from here? The ultimate question. We could start bringing in those smaller pieces that ultimately end up in here as well, but this part here and this part here, no, this part, where are you? Oh, you're over here now. Those two bits are going to be like little tiny bits of foam. These two, I think, should be the thick parts. Those want to be nice and solid, and then this is attached to that, but that's just above it. And then this bit's going to be a nice big thick bit as well. And, oh, that's awkward. Is this bit in here? No, it's not. Right. So I've got a lot to think about on this one. I think what I'll do first, just to inform the shape of the whole rest of it, is we're going to get this bit on, like, cut out and you know, mirrored, so we can do both sides, and then we'll do this bit and this bit, and I'm going to make that out of the thick foam, because I mean that's silly really, because we've got this amount of gap there, and it's this that should maybe be a thin piece and that another thick piece. So this and this, really, they want to be attached to each other, ideally, I would say. Yeah, they do, yeah. Right. Okay, and then we've got this bit that should meet this bit. I wonder if I make all of that out of one piece. Like, stick it all together, template-wise, see if it lines up. I'm definitely sticking these two bits together. That's a definite. But let's get this bit out. Where are you? Let's see where it is on the map. That's that one. Right. I've got him there. That's the one. What are we doing? Sorry, hang on. Sorry. Sorry about this. I've actually got some important stuff going on. I won't be a sec. 2 seconds. Right. Sorry about that. Ended up, you know, loads of stuff going on. Right. What we're doing is just going to cut this out and then figure out exactly how the angle's working. Actually, not the angle, but like, right. So that is the bit that's attaching to this. So this bit here, this side. Okay, right. go. So that's what's attaching to this guy right here. That's important to know. So when we put it down onto the foam and it's this bit we're going to be flipping on it. So once again, I'm going to do it up to sort of the edge here. And it looks like I'm quite far away from this edge, but there's a reason for that, because it's once I do flip it, you'll see it's going to sort of face upwards a bit, and I didn't know how close we would be when that happened. So I'll get this bit on. I'll keep that over there. I'll just after extensively looking at it all, it's all vertical cuts, so we don't have to worry about any of it. It's a very simple piece of the gauntlet, so we're all right. Just need these parts to just need to follow the lines basically, and then everything else is fine. There we go. Now you're supposed to put like lines into it and what have you. I'm just gonna stretch it and pull it around, and then it's sitting quite a bit below the thing there, so we're going to just try and get a nice flat bit of glue right up to the edge of this part. I just want to make sure that we're not... No, we are doing it upside down. That was good, wasn't it? So yeah, that's that. So it wants to be on this side. I suppose that doesn't matter as much as it does that we get it glued on nice and solid, because this is going to be like an anchor piece that's going to be quite important for holding the whole thing together whilst we're building it. So once it's together, everything's holding onto each other and we're absolutely fine. But for right now, it needs to be about as solid as can be, you know. Right, so we've got the outside locked in there. It's looking right, and I'm going to put a huge glob of glue on the back. So once again, we can just... It's a nice big fat glob of glue that you can't see. I'm trying to make it out for you, but... Right. No, we're still not quite there yet. But I'm gonna... No, I'm not. No, that's very silly. Sorry. No. I need it to glue almost in a straight line so that it just stays like that, and then when I move it over, it sort of makes like an oval shape. So I'm gonna have to put that down like that for now. I'm gonna do a quick bathroom break and possibly go to the toilet. I'm gonna have a quick bathroom break and possibly make a cup of tea, is what I meant to say. I had toilet on the mind. But yeah, once we come back, that is obviously it's going to be solid as a rock, so we can just move it over to the other side, and we should be absolutely fine. So I know I've done about 6 Be Right Backs so far, but we're going to do one more for now. And yeah, I won't be long. Hello. Got me a cup of tea. Right. As predicted, this is all nice and solid. So we're going to get that on the other side as well. That should be nice and... Try and get that nice and solid as well. Right, just a thin line for now. Just to get it in place. Line it up. It's a lonely time at the moment. I'm glad I had chats yesterday. But it was only right at the end. Every time I've done one the last few times, there's not been many people in, and it's been real quiet right up until I finish. I get to like the 4 hour mark or the 3 hour mark, and someone pops in and goes, "Hi." But no, I plan on doing a lot longer than that as you know, going forward. Especially through the week, I'll be here for up to 6 hours, I would imagine. I'll be taking breaks. Don't you worry about that. There'll be tea breaks. There'll be all kinds, you know. But I will effectively be doing 8-hour days if I can. Like good old 9 to 5 work job week type of thing. So anybody watching this back on Twitch or YouTube or whatever, and you're interested, you want to actually talk to me, there'll be plenty of opportunity. I appreciate that people work, and then there's a lot of people that are following me on other platforms that are all in like the US. So I mean, what time is it now? Yeah, it's probably like 6 in the morning in parts of the US now. So some of you might join me for breakfast. That'd be nice. For bacon and eggies. For bacon and eggies. Comment down below if you understood that reference. Right, there we go. Nice and large for Tommy Fist. That sounded a lot worse than I expected it. Than it was in my head. What can I say? Right, we're gonna move straight on. We need to get this one. Right. Now, this is the part that I think we could get. Like, let's put you over here. I think we could get that, and that all out and stuck together and go on flat. And then that would be like a huge chunk of the skeleton of this. And then what we could do after that, I reckon, is we go straight over to this bit and we get that bit glued on. And then we have essentially a whole, like, sort of skeleton with a couple of gaps, and then we'll still be able to work on it quite easily. It used to be my tendency to maybe just do all of one side and then stick it together in the middle, but I find it's better for trying to hold the shape together to do it more like what I'm talking about. I will need to get this bit in though as well. So maybe that's an idea, is get that bit in just under. Yeah, that could be the next part. In fact, that's probably the best idea, is to do that now. Yes. So that's the bit we're going to do now. And we'll just get it on both sides, and then we'll do the plan, which is obviously everything I just said. And even though I'm basically doing a repetitive job, like, especially if I'm going to be doing this for hours a day, like every day, which is the plan, then it's sort of like what should be start feeling like an assembly line process. But what I just did then, where you're figuring out where you're going to put things and how you're going to do it, is spontaneous. You never know. You never build something the same way twice. But you always get similar, if not the same result, because the template is the template at the end of the day. And I sit and just figure out like quicker ways of getting to that result, basically. So we've got that. While I'm cutting out, I'm going to cut out the other bits that we plan on putting in after. And then we're future-proofed for, you know, like 10 minutes after I put this bit on, we'll be able to move straight on. I'm not going to bother putting it on the foam just yet, though. I'm just going to get this bit on both sides done first, and then we'll figure out all of this. Because I'm fairly confident that I want all of this to be the thick foam. And then on this build of this gauntlet, there are going to be a lot of like thin pieces come on. We need to, and I've got like screw marks to make with the rotary tool. Obviously, get that circular thing going on again. But whoop, I use that one for circles, obviously. But then I've got a real small one for like little screw marks and screw holes and stuff. So that I'll be putting that one on the rotary tool, and we'll be getting our a screw bolt or rivet. That's the way forward, isn't it? Rivet. Our rivet holes will be made with that smaller one. And then for real big ones, like I keep showing on the CQB helmet, for example, I've got like a real big one that's like a drill bit, and it's like this big. It's quite a big one. So that is what I use for those parts. Are these all at the same depth? Now that's something I need to think about. Not quite. Okay. Oh no, they are, yeah. Yes, they are, because then there's... Yeah, right, okay. Sorry, I'm having a conversation with myself. This part here that I've just cut out is at the same depth as the bits that I'm going to cut out, but it looks on there that it isn't, because that's where I would place a smaller, like, template and use the thin, squishy foam, and that's where we're going to be putting the screw divots in. So yeah, that is of course the plan. I'm getting ahead of myself and talking to myself about it. Exactly that. So, you know, come along for the ride. I actually need to cut. I was thinking I'd do it all in one, but I'm gonna have to cut it out, because there's like a good 2 millimeters of gap between the two parts, and when I looked at the template, it wouldn't let me put them together. Which I hate. So, you know. H in the chat for awkward templates. X for doubt. Okay. Lovely and awkward is this one. I'm going to prepare them before we start putting the other bit that we're doing first on the foam. I'm going to prepare these ones. I'm going to get them stuck together with tape so that they're all ready and, you know, exactly how we need them to be. Like that's going on there, for example. You can't see what I just did. Never mind. Yeah, so the idea being, if it's all ready for us, once we get this bit onto the foam, cut out, stuck to the rest of it, then we can just simply move straight onto this and it'll be ready for us. What else did we need? I felt like there was something else. I think that was it, wasn't it? Maybe that. Oh, that might be an idea, just to make sure it's all like solid. No, I think we're alright. I think, yeah, we're okay. Now the shape of that, like hook shape that I've just cut out on the template, has a whole bit that goes in and matches up to this, so I'm going to end up having to add that on, but that's fine. We're going to do that. Get the tape. There we go. Now, we've got this. Last time I made this is not how I did it. And I'm not sure it's going to work. Because that is effectively meant to land above this, and it's sort of overlapping. And it's meant to join this bit. So I'm not sure I can do it. Which is disappointing, because that being one piece would have been excellent, and it marrying up to this would have been great as well. Dear, I've got an itch. I think I can do it though. I reckon I could make it work on the foam. If we just simply do it like that, maybe just have a tiny bit of a gap, and then that does actually look more accurate to that. So I'll do that, and I'm fairly confident that that's going to work fine. Especially seeing as that part there is looking like exactly the right size to there. I don't know if you can make that out. See, the dark grey shape is almost exactly this shape here. So that's absolutely great. Grand. Super smashing great. As a famous, in the 80s, British TV presenter used to say. Not that one. For one thing, I'm pretty sure he was on ITV, not BBC. So you all instantly know who I'm referring to. It was not the person that I was quoting. We We shall not tar all our northerners with the same brush. And we've got hair in the mouth and covered in tea. It's going well today, everybody. Oh, we have fun, don't we have fun? Yes, we have fun. Right, we're gonna. So that's that. That's a whole piece now. That's great. That's nice. I'm looking forward to doing it like that. I'll pop this over here for now. We'll get this out. Let's see if we can, in whatever shape we can, line it up to a part we've already cut out. Oh, I think we can. That is just about, if not completely, bang on. We can always use another piece, but let's see how it comes out. There we go. And if we flip it on this side, nope. It's just that little bit too big for that side. So I'm going to try and get it all the way down to the edge of this bit. Can't really see what I'm doing, can you? I'm sorry. There you go. And that gives us enough room to, oh yes, look at that. You know what, I'm going to do that anyway because it's a safer bet and it's such a good fit, I just can't not. I can't not do it. So there we go. And we can save this for scrap form, for even smaller parts that you need to do sometimes. Right, how are we looking? What are we doing? Let's see, shall we? So we're going exactly like that actually, and apparently there's a that interesting part of the shape there that I've done that has that little bit there. It's supposed to marry up to something that's not on the template, so I'm just going to cut straight down and we'll just attach it. What an annoying bar steward that is. Because that's why there's an overhang on there as well, because that part's supposed to be there where that gap is. I hate it when people do this. Let me see if I can attach this for next time. I can. Why wouldn't you do that? Right. There. Just put it on. We can do without the bottom bit. Get rid of that. Paper everywhere. Right, sorry. You could see what I'm doing. I've just attached it there, look. And we can get rid of this bottom bit. Chuck that out. But there you go, now you've got that. It's right there. And then this is the bit I'm talking about. Look, there's that little sort of edge there that would have married up to it and lined up with that. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. But yeah, that would have been like that would have lined everything up and it would have been great. Right, it's saved. I'm going to save it now. Sorry, sometimes it forgets where it lives, so we're going to just... Where's that? Is that in there? Yes. Yes, I do. Right. So yeah, there we go. Done. Done. Okay. I wonder if we could add it on this side, on this, with this. No, it's not. That's not going to work. I think what I'm going to end up doing is just chopping the little overhang off the gauntlet to neaten it up, and that'll be fine because we'll still get the aesthetic we're after. And as I say, I'm going to cut straight along here instead of having that little interesting bit. Oop, I'll chop that bit. Yeah. That's that. And I'm just going to make a little slice there and peel it. There we go. Chop off that little bit of excess there that we didn't need. Okay, there's no shaping or anything that needs to be done with this one. We're simply going to thwack it right on there. And as you can see, there's a gap right there because of this. Like, I'm going to call it a mess up by whoever put the foam template together. So we'll chop this off so that that can go all the way up there without interruption, as you can see. Now, is that... Yes, it is below on the template there. I'm just checking that this bit is below this bit that we're doing next. So yeah, we're going to have to get it as far down that ridge as we can. And then this will sit just above it, and that will be equal to it. Yeah, that's pretty much how it looks just there. So we'll do that. Right. So yeah, we want that quite far down like that. Maybe even that far. And then the other bit will be a bit further in. Right, yeah, we're going to have to... Right, so yeah, we're going to have to chop this bit off. There we go. Oh, no, we'll have to match the angle. Take a tiny bit more off so we've got more of a flush side there, so it's more or less, so when we put this on right the way down here, there we have it. So it fits. Right. Once again, nice big line of glue right at the top, right at the edge of the, the outward facing part of the piece. We get it as far down as we can and try to not have too much glue glob over the front. So as you can see, I am about 3/4 down that 10mm width. We're looking like that on the top there. And there we go. Right, while that's drying, I will get the other part out of the foam. We'll cut it out. And then we'll do the other side while we're putting this bit on the foam and figuring that bit out. There we go. Gonna once again cut straight down this line. There we go. Okay. Doing well, everybody. We're doing very well. So that's ready, more or less. That's nice and solid for now. And what we're going to do before I start putting this on the foam is I'm going to put a huge glob down the inside of it, and same for this one, and then we will be the glue mouse. As a callback to a couple of years ago from when I used to do this, if you ever cut through hot glue, it squeaks. So you get like a I call it glue mouse. Oh, Mr. Wizard, where are you? Where are you, Mr. Wizard? I miss you. I used to have Cat, Mr. Wizard, and like various other people that would pop in. Mr. Wizard on the daily, whilst he was doing his 3D printing. He's become a very busy man, as Mr. Wizard. He I think he opened a shop at some point. I don't know if he's still got the shop, but he opened inside of another shop, displaying all the props he was building and things like that. He started working for a film studio down there where he lives, down south, and making props for movies and things like that, and TV shows and stuff. Pretty sure he's still working on that type of thing. So, I mean, that's probably why he's not watching me. Because he's busy doing exactly, more or less exactly this, but for you know, actual productions, not nerd cons, which are just as important, ladies and gents, and others. We are nerd. Oh no, we're not flipping this over. We are not. We don't need to. Because there is a piece in the middle that links these two that is going to be a little bit of a bar steward to do, but it should be fine. Let's see if we can get this a little bit further up. Look. There we go. Very nice. I managed to get it all in this bit here. Oop. There we go. Now I'm doing the thing I said I wouldn't, but I'm going to put it there as a line to just inform, and then we're going to get the ruler out and try and match this up properly. This should be right. It should be right. It's sort of married up exactly where it needs to be, but I've sort of doing it as like, you know, a bit precautionary. I reckon if we do it like that, that's going to be the least amount of waste. Yep. I'm sorry this isn't fully on camera. What I wouldn't give for a third one just above my head here. But I don't have the stands, the funds, or the patience to put any of that together, so you're going to have to lump it, you lovely people. Right, hang on. Just want to get all this bit done, and then that's solid, and then I can move around a little bit. The only downside of doing this type of thing where you marry up all the different parts and do it in one is that you can very easily slip and all your lines go to crap. You spend ages trying to replace the foam on the template on the foam, and yeah, it just wastes so much time. There we go. Right. Okay. Right. There we go. There we go. Right. Okay. Now we're gonna do a thing that I was talking about before. We're gonna get, there's like an entire part that is, that's 6 mil. So like 6 mil all the way along. It's a lot of space that's just missing. And if you're just gonna go, whoops, 6 mil, and like just, you know, for lack of a better term, fuck it off, then you're gonna end up with like a huge weird sort of bulge, or it's gonna be like some sort of malformation that's like impossible to sort out without pulling the whole thing apart and starting again, you know. And like, and people don't, when they're putting these foam things together, they don't think about that, and you know, so it's left to idiots like me to just draw things on like that. There's a good example really, because you can see on, that's without, and that's what's missing, and like that's a huge amount of space, and that needs to be cut along those lines on the opposite side and folded in, like all the way to the end here. So I mean, like, why would you miss that out? You know. And same goes on this one. I'm gonna have to try and do the same. So it's like about 6 mil. Yeah, there we go. Did you hear that? someone walking around with a news report just in their pocket. You ever heard headphones, Matt? Right, there we go. It's a nice 5 or 10 minutes we're never getting back. So yeah, that's there. And because this is not going to be the last because it's not going to be the last Reach suit that I do, I've just clipped it over there. Look, I've just added it. And I can see why someone would think like, oh yeah, I'll not put it on because it's overlapping, but I'd rather it be an overlap like that and you work it out, you know? There. How hard was that? Why was that a problem? And again, like, look, we'll get this. So the overlap is minimal. We'll do it there. I'll stick it on there. And then that folds in. That's what that's supposed to do. That's supposed to fold in. And then we've got this down here as well. Oh my god. Why don't we? And that, again, would be really bloody important because of the actual shape. If you look over at the 3D side, look at the shape. You can see the part that I'm adding is important. Now we don't need this bit. But again, like, that's important. That space needs to be there. And that goes on there. And that all marries up. Now I'm going to need to add that as well, aren't I? Yeah, yeah, I will. And I don't even know if I've got space because of the way that I've put it down. No, I have. That's fine. And I'm going to just use that 6mm measurement from before. And we're just going to go along. Down the bottom here as well. Now it's getting close, but I think we're okay. We're gonna marry up. So yeah, that sort of worked out. And there we go. That's that bit. See, I get annoyed with the lack of attention to detail with stuff in general. And I'm pretty sure it has everything to do with like my undiagnosed neurodiversity. But yeah, I can't understand why someone would just go like, no, it doesn't matter. Especially when you're building something out of paper or foam or however you're doing this, right? If you're out by a millimetre, you end up with a warp. Like, for example, there's that ever so slight warp on those shoulders that I made over the last week. And that's because I'll have been out just by a minuscule, tiny amount. And it just causes a misshape. It's like a knock-on effect. It's a butterfly effect, basically. Excuse me, basically. Because if you're out by a millimetre, it then throws off everything else by that millimetre, and then it sometimes starts to multiply and make it worse. And then by the time you get to like the other side of a 3D object you're building, you're out by like a centimetre. So it's like, you know, you've gone over all over, and it makes a massive difference. And again, that's something that I've picked up over 5 years of doing this. I suppose it's like 6 years now. I want to say it was 2018. So that's like 7 years, isn't it? 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 8 years? Oh my god, I'm so old. Time flies too quick. I'm not comfortable with it at all. I don't like it. So. Right, okay. So 8 years I think I've been doing this, and I've not been doing it that long in this capacity where I actually do it like for other people, and you know, it's sort of a job now. But yeah, that's how long I've been building in Pepakura, and foam has only been, I think foam, I can safely say, foam has only been about 5 years. I've been confidently building in foam for 5 years. Yeah, that makes sense. So I had to do a sharp corner there, and it was not the easiest. I have to do the same right there. Oh. Yeah. Smooth edges are difficult to do with a straight blade. Okay. I think we're done. I think we've got one entire piece cut out. There we go. It's nice and solid. I just need to shape those. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I can't believe I've just done all that with like you sitting and staring at a template. I'm sorry. Right, so we've got one piece out. Oh god, right. I'll cry about it later, but yeah, now all we need to do is cut on the opposite side to shape that bit and face it inwards. I think I'm going to cut this out and use exactly this for the part that I was going to cut out of the card there, and then that'll keep it all together. It'll be nice and solid. I won't have to move this thing at all, like this bar along the top, which would end up being really flimsy if I did. Yeah, so it's looking all right. Keep that scrap, and that's useful as well. That's a bin. We're going to have a nice big chunk of scrap here as well. I hope you know what I'm sacrificing. I used to listen to music or podcasts or something like that to let my brain tick along while I'm doing this, and now I can't do that because of copyright issues on YouTube in particular. I mean, Twitch is, I'm not pretending that's any better for that type of thing, but it's a little bit more lenient. And there's no one in here chatting, so I'm just left to my own thoughts. Do you know how horrible that is? Do you know how hard it is to live with myself? How dare you all? Right. There we go. Now that's not even going to marry up in the middle yet. That's going to be a totally different kettle of fish. So I might get this bit out. No, I'm not. No, I've got a better idea. I have the bit that goes in here is what we want, and the bit in the middle. So that, there will only be a tiny gap on there. If we get all that sort of attached to the sides here of this fella, and we get it all, I've ended up doing the thing that I said I don't like doing. I've just realised. Oh bollocks! But anyway, it's I think it's going to work fine. Yeah. Let's see, shall we? Right. Yeah. We'll go with that. How that goes. Usually, there's a tiny bit of a lower. Going to be it would be a tiny bit lower, but we don't need it to be, so that's okay. Now, I'm going to just freehand it all the way around the edge. I'm going to cut roughly that same sort of 6mm that we've added all the way. Yeah, it's all the way, isn't it? All the way around there. So now we have that. We have that split all the way around. I don't know if you can make that out, but so there's that split we've made all the way. Now what we're going to do is similar to this bit we made with the bridge. Is we're going to cut out sort of a slither. So you get your knife to an angle. Make sure you don't go all the way to the surface that's on the bottom there. We're just going to do an angle cut all the way around if we can, mind your thumb. Careful with knife. And then it's not cut. There we go. Let's see. Is that going to come out now? No, why would it? Right, okay, because that's not behaving itself, I was going to wait, but we also do it on the opposite. So we go inward as well, like on the opposite side. Oh, for God's sake. You're going to make me break it. Right, there we go. So we need to end up with a trench like that, basically. So you're going to cut an angle at each side of the line you've done. And we'll just see if we can get it to behave. Because it probably won't. Nope. Why would it? Anyway. So I really hope I haven't split it, because I've sort of overdone it. And oh god, yeah, there's chunks left in there. That's going to make it really awkward. Look at that. That's terrible. Look at all them chunks left in there. Right. Attempt number 1 to cut out the chunks without ripping the surface. There we go. Okay, that's not too bad. Not too bad. Right. Now, we're going to glue that down all the way around and see where we end up. I'm going to put a tiny nick in the corners so that they glue down a little bit easier while they're separate, but you can't put too much in because it'll split to the surface, because obviously it's going to separate like that. So when you push it down, it'll separate, and we don't want it to come to the front. We need to be careful. So let's start at the bottom. There's one long piece here. And I'm also going to sort of put it in shape as well, because that's how it's going to end up. So we might as well. It also puts less pressure on the parts we're trying to glue down, so there's less chance of it splitting if we sort of bend it around like that. I don't know if you can see. You can't really see under my fingers, I'm sorry. But yeah. So I'm holding it in position, and I'm gonna try and keep it there until it's solid. And then we'll see what happens. Yet again, I've done things out of order. I should have cut out that before I did this, but I was hyper-focusing, I'm sorry. Right, now that's fairly solid, so I'm going to go up this middle bit. I'm going to do the same, just bend it over and keep it together like that. Trying to speed the process up a bit by doing that. Nope. Oh god, not yet. Nearly let go far too early there. Alright. Nope. Oh my god, right. La-dee-dee-dee-da, etc. Right, okay, there we go. Nice and solid, nice and solid. It's starting to shine. And then, is this bit bent as well? Yes, it is a bit, isn't it? So, yeah, we can do the same again. We can actually bend it inwards to try and get this last little bit glued in much the same fashion. Oh god, right. Glue everywhere. Okay. Right, that's... Oh god, that was a bit harsher than I really wanted it to be, but there we go. It's all stuck on my nails. Right, so with that done and fairly solid, I'm just going to cool it right down so when we start pressing down to cut this bit out, it's not going to spring back or anything. Yeah, so we're going to do much the same as what we've done before on this one, where we're cutting bits out and gluing them in below the surface, gluing them back in. And extremely simple process, you know. low accurate texturing of the piece. There we go. So that's out. I'm gonna just go straight ahead and just put it straight back in again. I think all we need to do is make it sort of level with them pieces. So I'm not going to make it quite as deep as these two parts on here. We're going to just pop it in just a little bit below the surface. There we go. I can say hear normal human conversation outside. So I'm in a garage. As you can probably see in the background, there's bikes and stuff. Dogs barking. So yeah, if there's any conversations, excuse me, just inhaled something. Yeah, any conversations going on the street, I can hear them, and you probably can as well, and they can probably hear me. Right, so now we've done that, we're going to put it in like that, and attempt to try and get it as close to the template as we can get it. So it only really needs to be a couple of mil below that line there. That's the outer line. We're in a little bit, and then these two bits want to look like they are the same piece, where my finger and thumb are. And I think that's about right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to glue this part only, just that line. I'm going to put a decent amount of glue on this time, because there's going to be a lot more surface area touching. So I'm going to spread it out just a little bit more than I have done when we've been doing these edges. Oops. I reckon that's about right. There we go. So yeah, that's pretty much done it. Excellent. Okay. Yeah, we just want to get that solid, and then we'll worry about gluing it to the rest of it after. I just need that to be nice and even all the way along the line, because it's bowed a tiny bit. There we go. And we can glue it to this bit fairly easily, I think. And there as well. Yeah. Yeah. Let's let this solidify a bit, because I'm going to have to bend it out the way so I can get all the way down this line to make sure, you know, this and this marry up properly. And then I'll do the customary big thick glob of glue all the way along these lines, just to make sure they're absolutely solid. Oh, and down here as well, I haven't actually done that yet, and I did mean to. Okay, here we go. Should I do it separate? Yeah, I'll try doing it separate, because do the two different parts separate there, because you never know. And I'm just trying to match the depth of that oblong piece that we cut out and stuck back in earlier. And we've got a bit glob of glue that's stuck out there. I don't know if you can see that. That's right between my thumbs. That little guy is going to need peeling off. Okay. Right, I'm going to leave that a little bit longer, that, that bit of sneaky glue. Yeah, there we go. And then we'll be able to glue this on along there about the same depth as the bottom piece, so right there, and we'll end up with that. And then that'll be nice and solid, all of that. And then we can start thinking about bending it over to do that, essentially, with the rest of it. And that will be cool. Right, let's see if we can get in and get enough glue on this bit. Again, we're going to go right up to the edge with it. All the way along, nice decent amount. Try and spread it out just a little bit, but we want it right up to the edge of it. And then there we go. And hold and blow. And if you're gonna, like, you know, if there was anybody in the chat, I would fully expect her that's what she said. I see there are no. Sat on my own, just slowly going insane. Here we go. Right. Okay. That's nice and solid. See if I can pick this little glob of glue out of the corner here again. Second attempt. Let's see. Come on now. Oh, we got a bit. There's another bit. Oh, there's just a tiny bit in the corner. Ah, we'll get it out there. Right. So there we go. That's all solid and nice and in there. And if we do the exact same on the other side, then we'll be okay. But yeah, that's coming out nice, and it at the moment looks like some sort of spaceship or aircraft of some description, doesn't it? Or like a, you know, futuristic vehicle of some description. But I assure you, it is a gauntlet. And yeah, we're gonna get that. I'm actually gonna glue that part in the bottom there, and then I'm gonna take a short break, and we'll do the other side. Actually, before I do that, no, I'm going to do what I said I was going to do and get all of the glue solid on the back of it all, because it needs doing. And then we're gonna leave it like that so that it sort of sticks and stays, and if anything it bends forward, bends this way, which is, you know, the shape of it is what it's going. Right, so yeah, I'll be about 10 minutes at the most, at the least. I think actually I'll be 15 minutes at the most. If anyone's lurking, thank you for watching. Please stick around, and we're going to do the other side. Only we're going to do it better because we're going to cut that out first before we start trying to shape the awkward curve there that was missing from the template. We'll see. We'll see what happens, won't we? So, as you can see in the shape, we will be right back. How's my Alan Rickman? Any good? Hello. Just having me cup of tea, I think. I'm just gonna sit back and have this. Aim the mic at me a bit so I can. I've been hunched over for a few hours now, so my upper back definitely needs a stretch out. Yeah, and then we'll get right on with this. It's coming together quite well. I'm really, really happy that seeing that I haven't done this for so long, like I've said previous, it's been about 2 years in the making, just this suit. So I haven't really done like an extended period of time on any form whatsoever. I did my little Halloween project, which turned into my Batman costume, and some of you that might have seen my short form content have probably seen the Batman stuff I've done. And I was just like, I'll throw it together with some scraps. I used the last of my foam to put that together, just to do something cool for Halloween. I love answering the door to kids as like a fully elaborate costume or something. One year I was Master Chief, and like just opening the door to kids and just watching them go like jaws drop. It was so good. It's like my favourite thing ever. And so yeah, doing Batman last year, the other half at the time took the kids out, and so I had to man the the candy giver distribution services. So I stayed at home as Batman, and it was so hot in the house in that costume. I had to go outside, so I sort of stood there almost like a statue. And then when kids were coming over and I was moving, half of them I'd scared to death. The other half were like, it's Batman." One person was like, "Where's Robin?" I said, "Well, he's out trick or treating, isn't he?" Oh yeah, good times. So that's literally the only time that I get dressed up to do anything apart from doing silly videos for various channels. I don't actually do it very often, but that's going to change. I have plans. I'm going to go on adventures. I may even take you along for the ride. I do fancy making some long form content, some actual videos. Yeah, I'd like to vlog going to cons and taking pictures with people, and I'm going to hand out business cards and things so people can email me, and I can give them like a link tree. And on all, I've got a bunch of social medias now. I've got a couple of live streaming platforms that I'm using, and yeah, I'd like everybody to come along with me. So that's the plan. I don't know when that's going to happen. I don't know if I'm going to do like a winter con or something. I'm trying to find more local stuff to the northeast of England, which is difficult because not a lot happens up here in general. So you can imagine that if you're looking for something vocational or fun to do, like a con, or used to do a lot of guitar shows and stuff, and you could go buy parts, like little trinkets and bits and pieces for your guitars if you're going to make them up, or you could buy an actual instrument there at these shows. And even that stopped happening up here. Like there's loads of stuff that used to happen all the time that just doesn't anymore. For about 2 decades nearly, there was a thing called Middlesbrough Music Live, which is Middlesbrough is probably like the biggest town near to me. Within about 15 miles or whatever. And they used to do Middlesbrough Music Live, and it was basically a town-wide thing. There would be stages like there is in, festivals and what have you, but there would be in like the local pubs as well. So all the local pubs were in on it, and they were doing it too. And then there would be a big show with a decent, like, live act, like, name, big name type of thing, on in like an open area that they'd set up, like a massive stage, like the main stage at, like, like Leeds or Glastonbury Festival or something like that, Download. And you'd just, and they would it would be on for, like, I think it started off, they did 2 days, like it would be on for 2 days, and then for the last few years it was 1 day, and about 5 or 6 years ago they just stopped it. It wasn't even a COVID thing, it was before COVID. They just stopped doing it because I don't mean to get political, but the the party that was the government didn't like art and what have you. They don't like the arts and music and things like that unless it's, I would imagine, like very expensive and hanging on their walls. So like budgets were slashed. I think it was like a local authority thing used to pay for Middlesbrough Music Live, and just didn't have the money to do it. They certainly couldn't hire like a real big, headlining act to close out the whole thing on the main stage anymore. No, that was never going to happen. So yeah, nothing happens up here anymore. So trying to find a local con is probably, if I'm being honest, it's probably going to be next to impossible. So I'm going to have to travel. So that's the plan. I've got to try and gather resources to afford to travel and do stuff like that, and then I want to make videos about it that you can all enjoy, and I'll make short form stuff, long form stuff, doesn't matter to me. I'll do whatever. Yeah. So I need to get on this more. That's what I'm doing. And I know I'm laid back with my cup of tea just talking about it at the moment, but that is the plan. Me and you, we're gonna go on adventures, and we're gonna do stuff. Sometimes with friends. I think I know someone that's willing to do like a majority of the filming and stuff for me as well, so that's just going to make things so much easier. I've got a friend that'll definitely do that for me, and yeah, just super appreciative. Even just the offer of doing it is enough for me, that like it's inspired me to do it and actually get on, and So yeah, that's the plan. I have a couple of friends. I have one friend in particular that I used to work with, and she's been wanting me to go to like cons for years. Like, oh god, how many years? Lots of years. And I've always been like, well, I'm busy. I don't really make my own stuff. I only make for other people or whatever. And now I'm like, finally, like, yes, we're going to do this now. And she was like, yes. So yeah, the time is now. The time is now. And that goes double for the fact that we're going to now actually get on with, what we're doing. The time is now. We're going to finish this gosh darn gauntlet today if it kicks my bottom into next week. Yeah, whatever. I nearly finished my tea anyway, so I'll put this down in a minute. Oh, yes. Right. Okay. Straight in there. Let's get this cut out. Wah. Okay. There we are. We're doing it in the right order this time. You know, for all of you that are hanging around. Right. I'm going to use the other one as like a depth reference. So it's about halfway down, I think. Is it? Yeah, I would say so. About there. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to go all the way around the edge, getting as close to the surface as possible. Like, you know, the bit that's showing. Half decent amount of glue, but not too much. We don't want it to splodge out onto the front. The reason for that, if you're curious, I haven't actually said it on the stream, is because paint doesn't like to stick to hot glue. So that's a nightmare, especially when you're planning on painting something, isn't it? Right, so that's about right. Get it in all the way around. Come on, get in there. No, 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 no. We can't have that. That's... Oh, it's bored. Oh, and it's stuck quick. Oh my god, no. Okay, that's... Right, okay. It's not that bad. It's okay. It's a little bit less even than I would have liked it, but we're okay so far. We've just done... You can sort of see in that corner there that it's gone a bit lower than the rest of it. But it's okay. We can live with that. We don't like to live with that, but we can. There's hardly any glue in that bit there, so I'm going to put a tiny amount in. Glue wob. It's under my thumbnail. Oh, there we go. Right. Okay. Right. While that's drying, we can safely leave that for now, and we're gonna do exactly what we did last time. Get off me! Sorry, it's glue. And we're gonna say about there, I think. Yeah. I'm gonna make a cut all the way around this nice piece here, and we're gonna end up about there. I'm in fact going to start there because it's a little bit more difficult on this edge because of the nature of the curve. It's quite a tight curve there. It's a very sharp corner. And then where's there it is. There we are. Right. So much like last time, we've gone right the way around, and we've got that nice line to follow, if you can see. There we go. And yeah, we're going to do exactly like last time. We're going to go and try and cut out a slither from each side, angling in towards the line you've just cut. I'm going to see if I can do it all in one this time. Right, I have, but how effective was it? Not very. Oh no, right. Yeah, it's sort of stuck again. Okay. I'm going to try and slice it in such a way that it's going to weaken it so we can just pull it out and end up with a little bit of a train of crap in the centre, but I don't care. As long as it doesn't hit the surface, we're okay. Now that's come out quite well, actually, so yeah, I'm going to try and do that again. There we go. Right, one side done. We've got all these to bin. And right, now we do the same again on the opposite side of that same line. Shall I move that out the way, maybe? That would make sense, wouldn't it? Because that's as close as I can get it, I'm sorry. But yeah, here we go. Just gonna... Doesn't have to be a huge angle, I don't think, because I've already done quite a substantial angle on the outside, probably a little bit more than I did on the other one. So that's that. Looks rough as all hell, but it's just the space we need more than anything. So I'm going to do a little tiny cut on those bits like we did before, and like we did before, I'm going to bend it inwards and glue that bottom part first. So we're going to shot a load of glue along there, and then bend not only like the rest of it like that, so we don't put much pressure on that split. Hold it all in, cool the glue down, and we should be left with a nice curve, I hope. Right, so there we go. Here we are. Okay. I think we need to... What do I need to do? I feel like I need to put those templates in something, like a bag or something, because I'm going to use them tomorrow to make another one of these. But I don't know. I don't know. I think it'll be alright, because there's no one else here, is there? So, yeah. That'll be alright. I used to be daft enough to like keep the templates to use another time, but no templates are ever the same. Everybody has different measurements, so what was I keeping them for? Even the ones I was doing for myself, I was like, well, even I'm gonna gain and lose weight, so why am I doing this? So yeah, in the end, it made sense to actually get rid of this stuff instead of like hoarding it. And it made more sense to print more out, because every time you measure yourself, it will be different every single time. So I've got an itchy ankle. So yeah, there was no point. I think I'm just thinking like that, like, oh, I should definitely put them away. You know, that's my hoarder brain, that's my hoarder voice. In my head is there, yeah, so just keep the box and make sure you'll keep the box and then retain more value if you ever decide to resell, which is something I do, because I do resell a lot. But why am I applying that to that? Like, there's no point, is there? Yeah, you keep that if you're going to make another one, which we are. So yeah, I'll keep it till tomorrow, and then it'll go in the bin. That's why am I trying to hoard? It's so stupid. I love collectibles and things. You know, I've got like, you know, everybody has some pop vinyls. I've got some pop vinyls. I've got like old figures that I've got from years ago. I found an A-Team van toy the other day in one of my boxes that's like, it's around here somewhere. It's up there, actually. And I was like, oh my God, the A-Team van. I think I must have been 6 when I got that. So it's like, and it's just there. And it's that old that it's seized up. It won't even like actually move. And it was a weird toy. It looked exactly like the 18 van, but then it had these weird, like, dirt truck tyres on it. I don't know if anybody else had the same thing. And then I can't remember if it was a pullback thing that you let go and it goes, or it was one of those that had like a when you push it, and then it goes off on its own for a little bit. Can't remember. And I couldn't tell you now because it's seized. It's rusted, It's been around for nearly as long as I have, which is a long time. Okay. It is time. It is time, said Rafiki. Little Lion King reference there for you, adults. And once again, I'm kicking straight on. And we're going to do a nice big thick glob of glue right along that surface edge. And roughly match what we've done on the other side. Which I think is about there. Yep. And there we go. So now we're going to just hold that. Make sure it goes completely solid. There we go. I think that's about right. Still a little bit left to dry on it. I'm gonna just leave it for a moment before I start gluing in this bit here as well. Yeah. Oh, do you know? I keep thinking like the camera pole is over here. Like obviously you're right here, and it's sort of a decent view. Like it's from above, you can see what I'm doing more or less. But then I need to bring things in to me like this, and like you're not going to see that without me moving the camera every time. I'm trying to find like a permanent spot where you can all see what I'm doing all the time, and I don't have to worry about that. But like none of it makes sense. It would be right here, but the pole goes straight up, so it would be in my, like, literally in my way, and then it'd be in the way of this camera as well, and my face. So, like, what are you supposed to do, I don't know. Just don't know what to do. Right. Okay, so we're going to get the glue in all the way along there this time. Sorry, I know you can't see that, but it was imperative that I did not glue my finger. There we go. I just put a nice big hefty lump of glue on it. And we're just trying to match the depth of where my thumb is there in that rectangle we did earlier once again. Right now we can, no, we're not. It's not quite done. I made a gap right there where my thumb is by accident just then. I saw it just separate. So I'm going to hold that in. And then when we glue in this final part along this line, hopefully that'll hold that in as well. Because we do not want a gap. We do not. And we shall not. We shall persevere. We shall never surrender. Ugh. Anyway, Let's get this along here. I'm hearing people. I'm hearing van activity. I wonder if there's a parcel coming. Holding on to that. So you can see it's nice and even all the way along. It's about right. So I'm very happy with that. And then we should be able to place on the other part that is just a thin little thing that's gonna go along this line here and sort of go across on both sides. But we're going to do that later. I'm going to do all the stuff that's going to be like the skinny bits of foam later on if I can help it. Because I want to... I'll just get this glue on. Yeah, I want to get as much done on the one type of foam first before I end up having to switch what I'm doing, because especially on the gauntlets, the thin foam is only for sort of like aesthetics. Basically, it's just going to be like extra bits of I've lost all my words. Extra bits of... That's right. Okay. While that's drying, we're going to think about the next bit. So, to bridge the gap, we need to get this. Where are you? You're there. So I've already got that bit out. And then we've got this bit. And obviously this bit as well to do. We need to... Oh, sorry, I've got itches. I'm sure the cat I'm looking after has got fleas, but I've got flea treatment, so that's sorted. It's not a flea bite though, because it's not itchy after I've scratched it. So anyway, why am I talking? Why am I telling you this? So we need to get this, and this. Those are the main things. We can do without this extra piece for the time being. I think we need to get that bit in next though, so that we can marry up the two parts, and then we get this, and then we glue it all to that, basically. And I think that's the best way forward, isn't it? And then we've got that little bit there, that little 6mm that we've added all the way along around the outside of there to marry up to that as well. So we've got that, this, and this. Oh, and that obviously. That's going to fold in, is it? We don't really need it to... God damn it. That's not how I would have set that out. If that's how it was going to be, right, for future. No. Yes. You absolute nightmare. Right, so that's how I want it to look in the future. Unfortunately, we've printed it out like that, how it was. So it's just, it is what it is. But right, I'd like to do that. So for future reference. There we go. Right, that's saved now. Okay. Well, we'll get that bit out first because it's here, and then I'll grab the other sheet. Oh, there it is. As if by magic, there it is right on top. I'll put that over there. And I'm going to have a lozenge. There we go. Wonderful stuff. So yeah, on this one we've got the little tiny bit at the bottom, which is going to be a nightmare to prepare, so I'll be able to show you all how fiddly, horrible crap is a nightmare, but it is ultimately worth it. And we can't forget to add the 5mm thingy as well on this one. Excuse me. Oh, we haven't done the bottom. What's the sausage? There we go. Right. So that's there, ready for us. I'm gonna cut this out, and then I'm probably gonna make it into the template I would have wanted it to be by slicing off a piece and just sticking it back to sticking it on the top. Oh, I went outside the lines there. We can't be having it. Right. Yeah, it's like I said before, like earlier on, we hiring someone to do this would save me so much time. Like, whoa, can you hear that? Torrential downpour just happening. It's out of nowhere. Ooh. Right. Where's the line? There's the line, look. So pretty much exactly how I did digitally, I'm just going to do that. There we go. In real life. For real life. God bless Bluey. Love that show. I'm so lucky that I have young kids, and therefore I was able to experience the joy that is Bluey, but also the emotional turmoil and heartbreak that it gives you. Because it does. It fucking breaks your heart. It's so wonderful, like, and jovial and like innocent, but not in a sort of Snow White kind of way, you know, like a Disney princess type of innocence. It's like, I always think that's like a seedy innocence. It's weird. I can't really describe what I mean, but it's just got this like genuine light to it. You know, everything feels nice and light in Bluey all the time, and like there's sort of decisions that are clearly made by adults that, like, right, we're going to make it so that they're always playing. Why? Because they're dogs, and dogs love to play. That's what dogs do. So all the characters are constantly just in the middle of some sort of imaginative game, and if the kids are playing, like, the adults in the story immediately join in, even if they're not part of it. They just sort of rope themselves. They get roped into it, and then they go with it. And it's so, like, it's just lovely. And then there's stuff in there that, like, only adults pick up on, and I can say that for absolutely definite, because if my kids are watching it, they've seen the character Bluey have a lovely day and do whatever, me and the mother of me kids are watching it, and we're like almost in tears. The kids are like, "Oh, that was a nice episode about camping and having fun and making friends while you're on holiday." And then I'm sat there and like this kid. She's made friends. Bluey's made friends with this kid on holiday, and she leaves before. The kid leaves before she can say bye to him properly. And then it fasts forwards just before the end credits to when Bluey must be like in her early teens or something, so it's years in the future. And then there's this kid that she hasn't seen since then. I'm thinking about it and I'm starting to choke up. Oh my god, it's like, oh, because like as a kid you go, oh wow, they got to see each other again. Isn't that nice? As an adult, you know what that means. They know what they're doing, those writers. They're trying to kill you. They're trying to choke you up. Oh my word. it's a dirty trick as well. Yeah. Oh, it's lovely. I'm talking about Bluey. Why am I talking about Bluey? Yeah, it's a lovely, lovely series that they've put together. Those Aussies, those lovely Aussies. Well done, everyone. You nailed it, and you made all those parents cry in the process. It's almost a meme at this point. There's videos of like long form content of like adult men with like big beards, like masculine men, way more masculine than me, watching Bluey, like bright red in the face, cheeks and like eyes streaming, like by the end of it, we're like, yeah, I know. Oh god, it's like, I mean, it's at a point of almost being horrific how beautiful it is. Oh, right, we're gonna like not talk about Bluey anymore because I'm starting to get emotional about it. So I'm just not going to talk about anything. No, right. As I was chatting away, I realised that there was yet another thing missing from the template, and there's this bit here as well that sort of goes on the top of it. I think. I'm not sure how. It might be like that. Is it like that? No, that can't be right. Let's see. So that's supposed to go there. Is that yet another thing that doesn't connect? Yeah, it doesn't. Unreal. But it does go that way around, so I was right about that. That's really odd, but okay. So that needs to go like... No, oh, for God's sake, I'm holding it up to the wrong piece for a start. There. So it's on that one. And it's sort of on the inside of it. And then that... Whoop. And then that matches up with this. This goes right here. So, all good. Okay. I'm going to do them separate because I think it makes more sense to do so. But we'll see where we end up. First off, let's get these back together because I've just knocked them apart. There we go. There we are. I just need to put the excess off. And there we go. Right. Sorted. Just to clue you in on what I'm going on about, it's this and this go along the top, and then there's that next to it. So I've also noticed that this was missing. So while I was chatting away about Bluey, I added that onto the template for the future. I think we're alright, we don't have to worry about it, but it would be a nice aesthetic to have a bend and then an attachment, you know, instead of just shoving them together and having a ridge, which is what I'm going to do for these two gauntlets, but it would have been nice to not have to do that, wouldn't it, you know, and have it a bit more of a smooth thing. But, you know, right, first things first, get the right camera on, there, we're going to do this. And we'll put these over here for now. You are starting to become in the way, so I'm going to pop you there. Right about there. And let's get you on here. So much like the other times we've had to flip things, I'm going to be very I'm going to try and be careful about where I do it, because when it flips, yes, that's alright. Where have I put the pen? Yeah, when it flips, it's sort of at a jaunty angle, as it were. And I'm going to put the line down the middle this time, because then that's going to make it easier to marry it up with this, because that's also going to be a flip thing. I'm going to flip that over, and then we can line this up as well more precisely. There we go. Very nice. Is this going to have enough room here? No, not quite. Oh, it might there though. Let's see. If we put it there and we flip it, I'm going to try it upside down because we need to add to the top of it. So we'll go like that. Oh, it's like millimeters. Oh well. Right, we'll do it up against this bit here then. Because then that way we can still minimize the waste if we do it like that. And also, because these two parts are essentially going to touch, having the line up the middle is going to make it really easy to line it up once we come to popping it to the rest of the build, you know. Right. Let's try my best not to move it. The worst thing is when you've got like really small fiddly ones like this, it's really difficult to not like, well, to mess it up basically. Okay, now I could and probably should make these bits match as well, but I think it's more important than this bit connects than this bit, and also like that would be a real awkward shape if we tried to make this bit match up. So what we're going to do is just get it over here. In this nice space here where we can now don't know where that sentence was going. I was just drawing lines and making noise come out of the hole in the middle of my face. Right, so that's that. I think we can put the other side, yeah, we'll put it here. Again, minimising waste. There we go. Oh, itchy nose. Sorry. Right. Okay, so now we need to get this to marry up as well. So I'm going to go along the edge here to try and minimise waste again. And once again, I'm leaving a line down it so that we can match it all up. Because we all like symmetry, don't we? There we go. Ta-da! And what I might do is just cut a line straight along the bottom once I've figured out all the rest of the bits that are going along the top. And then we might even use a thin, like the thin squishy stuff for this one. Because then, yeah, I think that's probably the best idea, because then we'll have like a flat base underneath it. It'll make the whole structure a little bit more sound. We'll do the other bits first, and we'll work upwards to it, which is, you know, it's how you should do it. You don't build a house from the roof down. You start at the bottom. I know it seems like a strange analogy, but it's the best way to build anything, really. You start at the bottom and work up. Because, yeah, just sensible. It's building strategy 101. Half the time I say stuff and I don't even, like, I think to myself, like, why did you just say that? Like, makes no sense. Oh, good, someone's playing music in their garden. That definitely won't get stricken and ruin the stream, will it? Not a huge amount of foam there, but it's enough to save as opposed to like throw away, because, you know. Whereas this piece that's about to come off, that's going in the bin. Right, so there we go. We've got this bit now, and that's a nice inner piece that's going to go right bang on the edge of this. And unfortunately, it's going to have very little surface area touching. So it's going to be one of those where you have to make like a river of glue on the under part there, in there, and then just hope that your piece that you've glued in here doesn't like get too warm and fall apart. It should be okay though if we can wedge it in and just drop the glue in and then get it as solid as we possibly can. I'm going to start the same way as I've done every other bit. I'm going to go along like maybe this side first and just get the edges, the touching edges glued solid. And then I'll do along the bottom and along this top bit. And then we'll do the river of glue. I think I'll do that now, actually, just to get it done. So yeah, we'll start with this part here. We have a fair amount of glue right up to the edge, because that is the only part that's going to be touching. And we'll see if we can line it up. I'm sorry I'm off camera, I know, but this is very difficult and needs my full concentration, and I need to be a little bit closer to it than I normally would be as well. Okay. Now for this bit, I'm going to glue on this side. I would normally do it on the piece that I'm actually moving around, but I'm going to do it on the solid piece this time. And we'll do the wipey. So we just... Whoop. That's what I was trying to avoid doing, but it's okay. We'll survive. They're having a barbecue. I can smell barbecue now. It's not making me hungry, it's making me angry. Like, it's just been pissing down with rain. And it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a Saturday. Pissing down with rain, someone decides they're going to set off a barbecue and loads of music. I suppose, like, you know, I'm the one trying to live stream on a weekend. It's my own fault, really. Like, why am I doing this? Do you have no life, Mr. Harley? Like, well, no. I do this. What do you mean, do I have no life? If I had a life, would I be making foam for attention? Making foam suits for your eyeballs? Well, frankly, yes, I would. Because I'm just that kind of attention seeker. Okay, that's gone in quite solid actually, considering there's hardly any surface area touching. They're going to make me end up knocking this on the head early again. I'm going to get so pissed off. Right, anyway. Yeah, this has gone really rock hard solid, this. I don't know if I'm even going to need to put the glue river in. I'm definitely going to add to it. I'm definitely going to put some more in. But I'm not going to put anywhere near as much as I was thinking I would. Right. Yeah, that's nice and solid. One little bit's just come loose at the edge there. But nothing we didn't catch in time. Oh, it's come a bit loose in the corner there as well. But that's it's good. It's gonna settle. Okay. Right. Just going to add this 6mm onto the top of this little star bit that we're doing at the top. Yep, there it is. Where's the pen? There's the pen. Oh, I'm going to have to do it the other way around. Why was I trying to do it like that? It's so close to the edge. It's going to be really difficult to cut, actually. There we go. Right. So that's that. We've added that to the edge, so now it looks like that with the extra bit. And these are all going to be angled cuts, I'm sure of it. Let's have a look at the template, shall we, before we start cutting this one out, because it's a very fiddly job. Yeah, as you can see, that's meeting that at a very distinct angle. We've got a fully missing part there, so that's going to be great. We should be alright. We should be able to like sort of squash it in because of the nature of how this is, but that bit at the bottom should technically be a straight cut because that's going to meet that flat. So we'll just see. And then the rest of it is just stuff that we're going to be cutting out from behind, so it's okay. That bit, yeah, that's a straight cut as well. So it's only these sides that need an angle, so that's alright. We know now. It's good to check, isn't it? So yeah, angle cut. And I'll do it all at the end. I'm going to keep my hand exactly where it is for now. Whoa, the angle. There we go. Whoa, I thought I'd cut into the other template there. Template. Okay, that's the right word, isn't it? Right, we can do just straight cuts down all of these because at the bottom here, there is where we're missing a bit on the template, aren't we? So there's no point cutting away things until we know how it's going to sit on the rest of it. And we're only going to know that by simply holding it up to it, and like just putting it on there to, to see. That's staying as well. Let's just see if I can get the blade out, and we'll try and just do it like a saw, like so. There we go. See how thin that was? I got it right up to the edge. Uh-oh. There we go. Right. Let's see. Now that's definitely sort of a straight cut there, but I've already angled the rest of it, so it doesn't matter. We're not going to have to worry about it anyway, I don't think. And then we'll have... Nope, that's going to be straight cut as well, actually. Because it's angling upwards, so we don't need it to be like... We don't need it to be an angle because it's going to come out, so yeah. Yeah, that's about right. And then we want there we go. Now, that's going to bend forward, so we can leave that exactly as it is. And I think we've managed to get it up to the edge there, so I can just about see where the crack ends, and that's where we're going to start the cut for the side parts. Do the same on the other side. Try and line it up by sight, and then you can freely see on the other side, so that's fine. I can just make a nice little notch there. But what I want to do first is I want to try and get this trench cut out. So yeah, much like when we were making this thing there, we need to do exactly the same again. Only it's a little bit more simple because we don't have to worry about a curve in the whole thing, to put it plainly. So there you go. It goes up, it goes down. So it moves forward and then you bend it back. So you end up with like a lump. And that's good. That's what we want. Not that it's... No, that's right. Yeah. What am I talking about? Right, okay. Now, get these side bits out. Where are we? There. There we go. So they're going to go as well. And then we end up with like the little delve. I'm going to get it to rip right up to the surface of those side parts, because I'm going to let them go up naturally, and then I'm just going to glue that to it from behind. I'm going quiet because I'm concentrating again. Okay, let's go this way and let it drop back a little bit. Yay! No, got glue globbing over the surface. We don't want that. No, get off. Right. Okay, I'm going to try and keep it somewhat sensible. Let's see. Okay. And now that's glued, I'm starting to see that this isn't going to cut out as much as I wanted it to. So I might have to try and just cut a tiny bit out of the middle, and this never works. You should never do this. I would start again if I were you, but time is of the essence. No, I can't. It's not going to work, so I'm going to just have to work with what I've got, unfortunately. I think I should have... I'm doing this... I'm in opposite land again. I should have done this that I'm trying to do now. I should have done it first. Which is, I'm trying to bend back this bit at the front here. And I'm just going to have to do it on the table. And then I'll try and redo anything that I've undone by doing it this way around. Oh dear. Yeah, it's getting louder and smokier in here because of the neighbour's barbecue, so I may have to knock it on the head fairly soon. Which I didn't want to do. I wanted to go right through till we finished it today. I wanted to finish this today, but I don't think we're going to get it done, unfortunately. So I'm going to do it tomorrow while all of next door are hungover from their daytime barbecue rain fest. So yeah, anybody lingering or anybody, you know, that watches this back later on, you can catch me again tomorrow around about the same time. And then, yeah. I forgot as well, we need to do the same exact thing on the bottom here, which I should have done before now. I'm doing everything sort of Mr. Opposite, aren't I? That one's fine there, and then we're going to dig a trench out. Oof, there we go. Right, so that's going back like that, and then we're going to, we've got that like that now. We've got the trench out the back of it, just like this side, and then try to separate it. But there you go. That should go like that. Now we've done that, yeah, and we end up with that on the front, which is apparently what we want. We'll see. We don't know how it's going to marry up, do we really? But I'm still going to do it, and then I'm going to use this piece to connect the two pieces, and we'll get this glued in on that side, using this as like the anchor for it, and then hopefully we'll go from there. But I have a feeling that this bottom part might just need chopping off, because we're missing the part that it's supposed to be like right next to, because some clever bar stewardess, I'm saying us, but it's a guy, the dude who unfolded this and put it together and saved it, left out all the little minor details that you need, really. I understand why, because it's such a neat template when you look at it flat on paper. If it's all like just shapes that you cut out, it looks aesthetically clean and nice, and almost encourages you to want to make this one over other possibilities, and that's what drew me in. And I should have looked at it a little bit closer before we started today, and I printed it out, but I didn't have time, and I wanted to just get it done, you know. That's how these things work, isn't it? But on the bright side, look, that's marrying up really nice there. Very nice indeed, except, oh no, it's not going to be in the centre. Does this mean that, yes it does, we're going to need to cut a lot more off the sides here? God, right. I'm sorry for going quiet again, but I really want to just get this. If I can get this in and get it right. Oh, that's much better. That's so much closer. Yes, right, okay. That's how we like it, isn't it? Right. I'm gonna glue in just this part first, just this top bit. And then I'm going to try and match up the the flappy side bit after I've lined it up with this line here. Just like that. Just like that. Out of date reference, anybody? And then if we squash it in and glue along the top so that it actually exactly lines up, look, then I think that should get us in a good position to get the rest done. So I'm squeezing nothing. Get some glue in there. There we go. Right. I'm going to put a huge amount of glue along there. And we'll do the wipey. So, wipe it back a bit and get it on there. There we go. Okay. Well, I'll leave that to dry. Let me tell you all about this week's sponsor. My brain in a frying pan. Right, sorry. I'm reading messages I can't do anything about. Okay. Yeah, I think we can get this in now. Oh no. That might be solid enough for us to shot a whole bunch of glue on this side part now. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to cut the bottom part off. I'm seeing that now. Now that it's this is marrying up to where we are. It's definitely not gonna be sitting like I was hoping on the bottom there. Look, it's gonna go clunk and be directly in conflict. But I think we'll be able to just take this bit off the bottom and it should be fine. Ooh, who is this now? Let me just check. Don't think it's for me. It's not. Right. Let's see now. What are we doing? Oh, I've missed the call. Oh, it'll have been important as well. I'll have to call them back. But we'll have to get this done first. So I will try and get this to glue onto this side as well. And yeah, we're going to have to chop a whole bunch off this now. Shit. Right. BRB, everybody. Right, sorry. Taking in a parcel for next door. Right. Yeah, I need to get all of this off somehow, without, I don't know. Let's see how it's gonna go together. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try and do exactly what I did before and just glue the top bit into place. I don't think it's going to work quite as well because there's going to be a lot of tension. There we go. And now, oh God, oh dear. Right, and then I'm actually going to try and glue this bit in while we're here, to help the case. There we go. Right, that was very precarious, but about all I can do to. Right. Let's see how we end up with this. So yeah, the plan is I'm going to try and get this in fully into this, and then I'm going to glue down this bottom part here. All the while, with the plan of just chopping off this like excess piece on that little star thing at the bottom there. I think once again I've done it like in opposite land. I should have glued in this long piece first and then tried to glue in this. So that would just make far too much sense though, wouldn't it? Now we can't be making sense now, couldn't we? Right, I'm just going to pull this off because it's in the way and it's making things worse. So here we go. Push this down. I think we're solid enough that we can maybe get this bit on here now. Oh God, it looks so messy because it's like smudged loads of pen and stuff, but it's actually not too bad. The music's getting slowly louder, so it's a matter of time before I get a notification from YouTube. YouTube will be first because they always are. Algorithm. Your stream has been suddenly monetized, even though you have 28 subs. And the copyright holder is in fact Warner Music or someone, you know. Da, 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 da. I'm going to go like this over the top of it, otherwise you're going to be able to hear it and it's going to ruin the stream and blah blah blah. We have limited whatever's, you know, whatever's my whatever. Fucking nightmare, mate, you know what I mean? Is that right? Jesus Christ. Okay, the music is actually coming from the fucking delivery guy. Okay, right, cracking. I guess that's what we are now. He's just a mobile disco, a mobile discotheque. Right, I'm just getting that on there. Gluing that part now. Just lining up the lines and getting it on there. Okay. Right, I'm going to try and do all this part here all in one, because there's so much tension, it's just pulling the whole thing apart. Yeah, so if I don't, we're going to end up with a problem. Put just a bit on around all of it, and we'll make the river of glue later, as we did last time on the other side. Okay, oh god, right, here we go. Cracky Moses. There we go. Oh. Oh, I don't like the sound of that. Something popped apart. Okay. There we go. It's starting to look like what it should look like, isn't it? Now we've got that on. What we need to do is just solidify the seals between there, and we're going to do that by just dropping the most amount of glue anyone has ever seen in their entire lives, which I can't see at all, so there's no way you're going to be able to see. Oh, right. Now I just need to hold it into some sort of shape that's going to keep it together. Actually, no, it's holding itself. That's absolutely fine how it is. So if I just pop it like that, then awesome. Right, well, I think I'm gonna knock it on the head, but I might come back later on today or this evening, in fact. See how things go. If not, I'll be back tomorrow at the same time. But I don't think I'm going to be able to leave this for too long, so I'm probably going to come back in like a couple of hours, and we'll do some more. We'll get this finished, and yeah, but it's looking good. I'm really quite happy with that. So far, so good. So yeah. We'll leave that like that, and that'll sit and solidify with the glue. I'll push it in a little bit actually, and yeah, let's try and keep the shape ideally. Yeah, that's it. Cool, cracking. Okay, marvelous medicine. Yeah, thank you for watching. Even if you just jumped in and jumped straight back out again, I appreciate anyone that drops by for whatever. No chats today, but that's fine with me. I don't mind. I'm here to build, and chatting's a bonus. So, yeah, thanks again. Anyone watching back on YouTube later on, or on Twitch as well. Can't thank you enough. I really appreciate the views, and feel free to comment and what have you. Let me know what you think. There's plenty of stuff I could do to improve the stream and everything, so like feel free to tell me that as well. If the audio's good or bad, please let me know as well. So yeah, I'll catch you in a few hours, whether it's tomorrow or later on today. We'll see. Thanks again, and have a good rest of your day if I don't see you. Bye bye.